Eventually I need to get back into uploading VODs on YouTube. I've fallen out of habit because I've been so busy. Well, admittedly not that busy. More lazy than anything. But okay, last time, I put some houses in, did some layout of the houses, so now they look like actual houses that could exist here. And I'm thinking my next step is I actually would like to put in the rest of the houses, put in the rest of the, like, main locations, and then, like, probably delete this and redo it since, well, I guess I'll save it for last. You know, save the end for when it's done. Especially if it's, like, good enough to be placeholder. But while we're here, let's also fix these, like, roads. Because they should have... That's the wrong one. They should have... Wherever the sidewalk is. I should have put the sidewalk... Actually, I just realized I have the power to fix that. I can put road... Road sidewalk UV. And then road asphalt. So that way they're next to each other, alphabetically. Extremely powerful technique here. A forbidden technique, dare I say. Beautiful. And this won't do too much. It's just, you know, low-hanging fruit to make my eyes stop bleeding. Is this... Huh, I guess this is also... Oh, I see, because its origin point is down here. I'll fix that. But first... I'll fix this. There we are. So yeah, I know I at least want 2 houses here. I want the Weston's house, and then I want a, what is it? What did I call it? Madame Blue's Psychic Readings and Used Bookstore and Tea Shop and Daycare and Funeral Services. Good fortunes guaranteed or coffins 25% off. So yeah, we need those 2 in here. And then it would feel weird to have a neighborhood that's just 2 weirdos. So I want a kind of relatively normal thing here. We'll have to probably expand this cul-de-sac a little bit. Actually, maybe it's where the car junkyard... Well, I'm not sure what I want. Like, what do we want for the clearing out here? Because I'm thinking either this place would be a junkyard, or here somewhere. You know, I'd probably expand out the forest in this direction. Much to contemplate. Because, yeah, basically, I've decided that one of the obstacles to orb mode is going to be that, like, to get to this part of the forest, you're attacked by a bear before you get there. And you have to go to the psychic and get protection from bears. And then you can come back into here and go through this area and do the one guy's quest. But okay, I have some things. I have some placements, basically, is what I'm calling them. So, I guess Linda's house... I guess I have to decide, like, where is the house going to be? That's what I just mean by placement. So yeah, I should also figure out who else do I want in here. So yeah, Linda's house, Madame Blue, car yard, the rat man, the bear. The bear's not really a placement. Well, yeah, it kind of is. I guess making the environment such that I can like ensure the player will not get past this area without meeting the bear. So I think first of all, I think there'd be a narrow path, because what I'm actually thinking about is, when I was young, there was a exit on the interstate that we took, and there's like a view at the end of a walk. The walk had a very long staircase, and at the end of the staircase was a statue of a little bear. So as I'm walking up, you know, through the trees in this beautiful staircase, the statue of a bear runs away. And it was like, oh. It was a very surreal feeling of like, you know, not necessarily danger, but like that this is a place where danger can be. You know what I mean? Because I wasn't attacked by a bear, but I was like, what if a similar thing happens to Kitty where like, you know, at the end of a narrow path, there's a little statue of a bear, and then as you get close, the bear runs away. But in this case, then the mama bear comes and mauls you. And that's, you know, that blocks your progress. Until the psychic uses her French voodoo that she stole from the Haitians to protect you from bears. Let's see, should this be... I think this should be a smooth shaded thing. Very subtly different. Especially since it's quite a dark texture. But yeah, so that's basically my goal today. Part of my goal. Do I want anything else? I think I'll just, like, make the path up here kind of, like, loop in on itself and then, like, conclude. So, like, this. And then I want, as well, some of these rocks in here to just make it especially impassable. I should probably have more than, like, one rock, but oh well. And if the player ever got up here, they'd be rewarded handsomely by being able to stand on a rock. Yeah, admittedly, the entire reason I have a psychic is because I had those two jokes of good fortunes or coffins 25% off, and the French voodoo stolen from the Haitians. Which, admittedly, is a little insensitive, since the French did steal a lot of things from the Haitians, probably not just voodoo. But oh well, I've already decided on the joke, and that's more important than, like, representation and things like that. You've heard it here first, folks. I'm officially unwoke. Now I have to make a talk show host and get assassinated. Well, let's see. Yeah, who cares about that? Assassination, blamastimation, or whatever. We're here for important things. Like, why does it not just reset the fucking UV when you do that? Why do I have to manually reset the UV and then do follow active quads? These are the things people should be talking about. How is this... It's the current year, people. Not to be woke about it. But I think we live in a modern society, and we should be able to make the UVs follow active quads without manually resetting the UVs. And I'm sorry to say it. No, I'm not sorry to say it, actually. I'll say it again if I have to. And if you don't like my truth, that's that. I guess we'll agree to disagree. But okay, so now you'll come down this path, you'll see a mystical little bear. It'll be beautiful. There'll be sunbeams coming through the canopy. And it'll be a tender moment. And then Mama Bear will jump out of the woodwork and, like, thrash you and spit you out around here. And it'll be extremely powerful and beautiful. Also, I hope that Godot 4 supports mesh batching in its mobile renderer, because that's what I'm using. Originally, I was going to use the lowest quality compatibility renderer, but it's, like, extremely shitty. It'd be basically leaving performance on the table to dare use such a thing. But I feel more energized today. I think it's because I've been exercising the past 2 days. I have established a habit. It's official. I'm now an exercise guy. I did like 11 minutes of fitness yesterday, and then I went on like a mile run today. So I'm a guru. Okay, that seems about right for density there. Over here, I think I want similar density along at least this area. Oh yeah, we need another cave, I think. Or we need a deeper cave, because right now, it makes no sense at all why... basically, you have to take a photo of a guy in a cave and the surrounding area so that his wife knows where he is. But it's like, I can plainly see... Excuse me. I can plainly see where he is. He's in the cave that's in the area. And I finally fixed the wall clipping through it. Another thing I should do... Actually, I have the power right now. Make the wall a little bit more organic by having, like, rocks around it. So now we need to basically make it blend in more smoothly. Oh, wrong thing. This is how rocks look. And then I need to make this actually, like, climbable. Because right now it's very difficult to get up here. Okay, and then let's have more rocks, more trees. A tree that is not growing out of a rock, though. Okay, I think that is a suitable density of trees there, because I also don't want to block the sight line of the cave. I want the player to recognize that there's something there. Okay. But yeah, I should also start doing more work for this game off stream, because I think there's just too much work to be done on it for it to all be on stream. I guess that's fine. Oh yeah, seeing a tall thing and a short thing reminds me that the game, I watched a stream of the game Lego Voyagers today. Or no, yesterday. Basically, it's a little co-op Lego game where you play as two little Lego bricks. And it's surprisingly, like, emotional at the end. I guess I won't spoil it, because, I don't know. You might want to do it. You might want to play video games someday. And I won't deprive you of such a joy. As long as you play my video game at full retail price. And eventually, I'll even figure out if there's things that the player will be able to do over here. But yeah, this looks like a little forest. And then over here, let's put some... I should figure out what exactly is the path from here to here. I think that'll happen after the trees. Let's put that in here as well. Not there. There. Path to the bridge. So yeah, the decision that must be made is... where do we put our stuff? Yeah, because I like this house here. Maybe... because I like the idea of behind this house is just a bunch of old cars for some reason. But it's also right next to the church. Maybe there's just a tree blocking the... You know, God can't see through a pine tree. I'm gonna say I have a bunch of trees over here. Actually, what if the trees start leaning in, all spooky-like? Actually, what if we did that over here, I'm thinking. I'm just gonna start moving these trees inward. Just to make it seem more unnatural, because this is right where the altar is, which also I need to design soon, but... This way the player might notice something is amiss, something is awry. There's a catcher in this rye. Have them pointing this way. Like that. And then this one I want more leaned. So that way... we should be able to get a sense of that catcher in that rye. This place is coming along. It's looking like a place. Yeah, I think the path to the cemetery... there'd be a little path right about here. Going up the hill to do, like, something. Who knows why they kept the hill here. I guess you don't just flatten hills willy-nilly. Even if they're mildly inconvenient. Because now people have to exercise while they walk. Right there. Perfect. So yeah, I suppose a couple clearings. And then also, I want more rocks here. And I should figure out my bounding boxes, and eventually I'll, like, reparent a bunch of stuff. So that way, like, we, like, can group things together. Because I think it uses the volumes here. Hi, welcome back to the stream. I'm placing rocks and other objects. Do I want this here? I guess I'll have that there. And then we can have... You know, what if there was just a big rock on the cul-de-sac? And that's why they can't have too much stuff here. You know, because I only have 2 houses planned here. Yeah. Why is this tree so low? All of these trees are so low. They have no people. But okay, I'll think... Yeah. I think a couple things that we could do. One is, what is this going to be used for? Oh yeah, that'd be in... I want to look up more stuff, but I'll just have to go to the library sometime this week. Actually, I guess it'd be next week, because I still have other things I want to do. Yeah, I'm gonna look... What are all these rocks? Rock? Put all of these with our rock material. One of these. Maybe cave 1. Oh, and then our orb. For now, this orb should have... You know what? Oh, standard material, actually. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I have actually been thinking about going to either Pakistan or Tajikistan. Unfortunately, Afghanistan is, like, too unstable. Though not enough for me. Like, I would be willing to go, except for the fact that some of my family has security clearance. So, like, for example, I also wasn't allowed to travel to Russia before the Ukraine war started because basically that could jeopardize a person's security clearance if their family is traveling to, like, unstable or unfriendly countries. So Afghanistan now is especially bad. Well, honestly, because I've heard it's safer. Yeah, I've heard paradoxically that it's safer in Afghanistan now that the Taliban is in control because most of the terrorism in the country was by the Taliban against the government. So now that they are the government, it sort of resolved itself. So we're going to need... I think I might need to splurge on making the jump sometime soon, because I do like having the cave like this. Because, yeah, I've been thinking it's unsatisfying that I can't jump, and especially since I can jump with the orb mode. Yeah, okay, this is the little path where there's going to be a little bear here. There's going to be a little bear cub here to replicate a tender moment I had as a child. And then you get to about here, Mama Bear jumps out and, like, thrashes you and spits you out back over here. So that's going to be the barrier, keeping you out of the cube's grasp, out of its foul tendencies. And I guess... Is there going to be anything else over here? Maybe some dogs or something. I'm also intending to add more animals at some point, because right now there's like 3 cats that you can take photos of. I want like, I think 16 animals total would be fun. Yeah, this area otherwise, yeah, it looks fine. I think soon I'm going to also have some grass that can just be sticking out of the ground, and that'll add a lot. Also, I'm thinking pine needle debris. Like little decals I can put on the ground everywhere. Yeah. This is Kitty herself. First name Kitty, last name herself. Which was fun, because it basically started because the first game I designed her for had power-ups. So, for the concept art that didn't have power-ups, I just said herself. But then it was just funny saying Kitty herself over and over, so I just made that her name. I like this wall. This was a good idea. It adds a lot of, like, it's a very specific thing that I've only seen in a few houses. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's coming along. And I think it also helps to make the doctor's house stand out more. Just being this bizarre obelisk of concrete. But okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's one of the big benefits of, like, streaming, or I guess talking about my work to other people is just in general. That there's often a lot of, like, good ideas. Even if it's simple things, it's things that I wasn't thinking about that improve things. Oh yeah, I forgot. One of the things I wanted to do was also recenter these. Maybe like this. Origin to center of mass. So these are fine. Yeah, I might as well. So yeah, the substation. Let's put a little house. What's 10 by 10 meters between friends? So if this is a little one-story house, I would like it to be funkier. Because this is meant to be... Let's see, I don't know if you were here for it. This is Madame Blue's psychic readings and used bookstore and tea shop and daycare and funeral services. I think coffee shop is funnier. Because it's less thematically related. Like, tea and psychics, you know, that makes sense. Coffee and psychics, that's like, clearly she's just pivoting to things as she sees like a market for it. She's a savvy businesswoman. But okay, I think the only way I'm going to understand this woman's house on the outside is to understand it on the inside. So when you first come in, I want a narrow little hallway. And it'll be lined with books and doodads and doohickeys. Shelves as you come in, charms on the ceiling, of varying religions and denominations and occultisms. And then probably she'd just have the psychic readings right here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm thinking something like that. So yeah, right past the psychic readings would then be like her kitchen, which would then have like the coffee table. I also want it to be kind of just a, I guess kind of just a dingy little house. Yeah, here's her kitchen, and she'd have like, maybe this is an island. That makes sense. And then here's the table, like here's the stools for her coffee shop. And then I think there'd be a back door here, and this would go into the daycare portion, or maybe the funeral services. Pipe and drape. That makes sense. And I think, in fact, there could be, like, a drape right here between the psychic room and the kitchen. And then you realize that, like, this bookshelf is just a regular bookshelf. Like, there's no wall here. Oh, this would make much more sense as the daycare area as well. So, like, maybe there's a couch here, or, like... No, I think there'd be a wall here. And then a TV. What would she have? Maybe a little old-timey television. And, like, kids' stuff, toy box. I'm just realizing why I made the connection of a funeral home and daycare. It's such a morbid thing. There was a woman who I think was arrested because she was running a funeral home, or funeral services, and one of the like clients came to pick up her like infant daughter who had died, and the woman who was managing the funeral home had two dead children propped up on the couch watching TV, like watching cartoons with her. It was such a morbid thing. But I think that's why my brain is going to this. You know, because on the one hand, I suppose if you believe in a sort of animism, it may be a nice gesture to let the kids watch cartoons, even in their afterlife. But on the other hand, it's a gross negligence or like gross misuse of like a dead child. But on the third hand, it is pretty funny in like a very morbid way. So I don't know, 2 out of 3 hands say that we gotta give it to her. Let's see, I'm gonna say bathroom in the back of the kitchen. Actually, no, this would be like the back door to the house. Well, it's a house that's so tiny. You wouldn't need a back door. I guess you would. Yeah, this would be a back door. Then I'm thinking this would be the bathroom behind her. Bathroom and, like, closet. And then I think we'd have an exterior bathroom, or exterior basement access for the funeral home. So yeah, this will be a little balcony. And then she'd probably just have a simple little stoop here and some steps coming up to it. Yeah, we should also figure out where the windows are going to be. I think window here. A window used to be here, and there'd be one like here with a curtain on front. Okay, so we can have a pretty simple little house here. I think the main thing will be figuring out how the basement works exactly. I think it'll be this section is also basement. Where did I last save a file? Oh, here. Camera. Project. Concept art. House. Blue. Oh yeah, we also need a chair here, obviously. People aren't going to stand to get their psychic reading. And probably a third chair, just in case for couples. And then I think I actually would like this space to be even a little larger, because I'd love more shelf space. Or more like doohickeys and doodads all over. Maybe just shelves here. And then even a shelf. No, that'd be a little cramped. But yeah, and then you can go through here. There'd be like a curtain to get into the daycare / coffee shop. And then I think the exterior would have like a... I'm going to look for exterior basement access. Because it'd be something like a cellar. Well, no, I don't want it to be quite a cellar. Ooh. I kind of like how that looks. Maybe more like this. Yeah, this makes more sense from like a, I guess, logistics perspective. So you have it like right here. I can't believe that I made a reference to that news story about the woman without even thinking about it until now. Like, that's so obviously what I was thinking of. Let's see, so I want... Probably... Well, I guess I don't even really need to do this. Yeah, I forget. Where did I hear about it? I guess... Oop. I'm not sure exactly. Yeah, it was some obscure news article. I think it didn't make much of a splash outside of its local area. What is happening? Oh, I see. Okay, so, generate, solidify. 5. So this is going to be blue, or house, blue. And this... Oh, wait, whoops. I guess that one's going to go away. This is going to be our exterior walls. And I think this... Yeah, just collision. B, EXT wall. How much is it? Oh, okay, I see. I'm gonna move this next to an actual normal house, or a house where I've actually figured out the layout of it. Because I know, for example, Weston's house, or no, Wilson's house, is a fine layout. So let's say a bit wider. And also a smidge longer, maybe? Or maybe not quite as long. Okay, that's probably fine. And then I'll add a little bit of a exterior here. And she should have, I think, about there. And this should also have our first, like, basement access cube. So this will be blue basement. Oh, wait. This has to be down here, because what it's going to be is, wait, where did I put that? Move it to this collection. There we are. And this will be deleted. Basically, add another boolean. Blue basement. There we are. And now, what I can do is I can have this for the basement access. Basically just like cut out a little hole here. And now I can like perfectly position this. No matter the terrible costs. And that means we should probably also have this go like... Oh, wait, hang on. I also need to copy... No, we need a constraint. Because this needs to copy the transforms of our house. That way we can move this around like that. And it'll perfectly match all the time. Why is there a little thing here? I mean, I guess I need it anyway, because I'm going to make the... Oh yeah, the front of the house is going to be right here. Wait, I guess I don't need these. I'll just make the stoop its own thing. Is this enough front yard to justify this? I guess it is. Oh wait, now I remember where I have this. I was going to do this. This is going to be where the bathroom is. Wait, no, I don't even need that, because I also need a balcony here. Yeah, I do that to the wall here. Here we do this. Perfect. I think we also need this to be just a smidge. Yeah, like that. Okay. Is this scaled properly? I guess it is. Okay. So we want our Z to be like 2.3 for the front entrance, I think. Really what I should be doing is using a door and then getting a Boolean modifier. I think would make more sense. But oh well. Okay. Alright, I don't want that. What do I want? Let's do this. Perfect. Okay, so this is B stoop. Where is house underscore blue? Oh, I see. The other ones have dashes or numbers. Just so I can tell things apart. Oh, hang on. I have a phone call. Alright. Basically, we had an inspection earlier today, and I think my brother had taken down his smoke detector to replace the batteries and then forgot to put it back up. Thankfully, that was the only issue on our, like, inspection there. Oh yeah, I guess I don't need... This is just the placement right now, but I guess... I'll do a little bit here. Oh yeah, for example, my technique now is to not merely make a cube, but to make a plane, and then to solidify it. Extremely powerful. See, now what this allows me to do is edit things slightly easier. It makes it ever so slightly easier. So I could do like this. See, without the modifier, it would have been slightly more difficult to do such a thing. Though actually I need this to be downward. So I guess it'd be like this. Basically, there'll be stairs leading into the basement from here. Probably a little bit... I'll figure it out soon. And I think what I would do is a simple... whatever those pyramid-style roofs are. Actually, I'm going to do... So what is this? 4.5? So yeah, that way our little balcony type thing is also part of this. Beautiful. Like a house was meant to be. I should also think about little things like the tubing. The gutters, that's what they are. There we go. So yeah, that's as good a place as any for that for now. And then, obviously, we should have something here. I mean, we could just put a rock here. Maybe the rock lives here. But then that leaves this little area, which feels like it feels like there should be one more house, but I don't want to bother making new characters. I guess it could just be somebody else's house. Wasn't I going to do some sort of, like, business? Oh yeah, I do need to figure out where I'm going to put this guy. Yeah, because we have, like... Oh, I see. The roof needs to be here as well. What is this plane here? Who does this belong to? Oh, I see. This is our fence. So, there we are. Actually, while I'm here, I might as well put in the house. So let's do another plane. No, let's do a cube. So I think we probably just solidify this. And we do like a 0.5. Oh wait, but we need to have an interior door, so I guess... actually get this part. Okay. So this will be... This will be the basement. Actually, let's parent these first. And then parent them to the blue house. So yeah. Basement, collision. And then blue, basement, floor, S body. Okay. Let's do, oh, this is what I need. Cursor to selected. Origin to cursor. Oop. There we are. So what's the roof of this thing? Oh, I see. We need this to be... Hang on. I've done this a bit incorrectly. Let's have this be what we do. So that way, this height should now be like... Let's do like negative 3.2. So the ceiling is a little lower down here. Alright. And then all we need is, If we have exterior walls here... I wonder how this will impact the economy. I'm gonna have these come out like this, have the floor come out like that. Oh wait, hang on. That should not be part of this equation. This one should be part of this equation. There we are. And then here we'd have these come together in perfect harmony. And then here. How do we put these together? Actually, I have a good idea. Just make this a separate thing. Just, like, take these. Trying to figure out how to, like, grab this thing. There we are. Okay. So now we have different houses. And that means that I can also have these now do like a... Why are these not... There we go. So this should be... So it's 3.2, so this should be like -1. Which means that also, I think, this foundation should probably not be so deep. Well, I'll keep it as it is for now. So yeah, this does feel not correct. So like, we have -1 to -3.2. So this door is 2.2 meters tall. Okay. What is the appropriate distance for this floor? Basically, so I can have like a stairway that's actually navigable. I guess I'll just put in a stairway. Let's do like oh wait, let's put in, is the basement all set up? I think it is. Oh yeah. Yeah, welcome back. Let's see. Let's do my world patented stairway. So this is 0.4 meters. So we could do like oh, I thought this was point. Oh, I see. I think half and half. Okay, so basically we do an array modifier. We will go up X and Z, and we'll merge the UVs. Yeah, I'll keep you in mind. Yeah, I've been looking into more music stuff. Because, yeah, I know basically my challenge right now is I'm using a custom guitar tuning, and I just need to practice the scales, basically. Because it won't be too much of an issue to develop them, it'll just be kind of like trial and error. Because, yeah, I had already figured out things like the key of like the weird chord progression that I was doing, but then it was like, well, now I need to figure out like the actual scales that I can play, and it's like, this is just gonna be too much for a stream, basically. Let's do this. Wait, no. There we are. Actually, why is this part of the house? Or why is this part of the, like, thing here? Mm-hmm. Is this thing, like, rotated at all? Why is this, like, out of alignment? Because this thing and this thing, like, this should be... Oh, I see. It's just not, like, correctly scaled with this. But okay, I think my main thing... Let's get the stairs updated there. Let's get this first of all. Hide our basement. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because admittedly, I'm not even really good enough at guitar to play regular key, or I barely play scales regularly, so it's not too much muscle memory, just like I guess learning any scales, really. Enough to improvise on them. Now, let's see, is this correct? I guess I'll call it correct enough. Let's see how the video game feels with this. Oh wait, no, the stairs need collision though. That's pretty interesting. Scordatura system. It's very cool. Because, yeah, I'd say I know more about guitar than, like, the average amateur guitarist, but yeah, definitely not, like, professional music levels. Let's see how this feels. Okay, this is smooth enough. So then we come down into here, we have a little doorway that'll be open. And then she can do something with this yard, I guess. I guess she would probably have, like, that would be, like, a playground here, basically, is my thought. If it is a, you know, after all, this is a daycare slash coffee shop slash funeral services slash psychic reading slash used bookstore. I almost forgot about that. Okay, yeah. This is working. Nice. I think for a while my stair navigation was not working, so I had to have ramps everywhere. But now it's working again, because I had done some stuff. It does cause a little bit of jiggle when you, like, step up to platforms, but eventually what I'm going to do is just not have the camera perfectly follow the player. And instead it'll follow, like, the ground that they're over. Koyun Baba. I'm gonna write that down. I think I'd like this house to be at a 90-degree angle from the... or like this entryway. Because right now it's basically like the center of the house is aligned with the thing there, rather than the sidewalk. And I guess I'm gonna pick and choose whichever one feels best for the given situation. But okay. Oh yeah, I forgot. I was actually gonna look inside the house. Or look in the basement, look in the house, see if the scale makes sense. Yeah, because it might even be more for At the Ends of Eras that I start looking into that. Because I have a pretty clear conception of what I'd like here. Which is basically... I guess kind of like... almost 90s hip-hop beats is what I imagine. Like, hip-hop beats that are using a lot of bass guitar and guitar for sort of quirkier moments. And then more acoustic guitar and, like, baritone guitar for, like, the more sensitive or, like, melancholy moments. Oh, yeah, for the house position. Where does Lady live? Where does the low-res lady live? Perhaps she's a tourist. Yeah, I think this will be plenty big. Oh yeah, she doesn't have a bedroom anywhere. Where would she sleep? Maybe I put a little attachment on the side, so it's that way the house isn't perfectly rectangular, and also there's a nice bedroom. Oh yeah, fold-out bed would make sense. Heck, maybe the couch is a bed, actually. So at the end of the day, she just puts things aside, pulls out the couch, goes to sleep there. She's an efficient woman. So I think we would also want a closet then. Yeah, that's another thing that's missing from this house, closet space. I think we wouldn't want a bedroom back here anyway, so we could put a little bit more like this. Maybe she has a couch in front of the closet. Yeah, I'm reminded of, there was an older woman in our little town that had a convenience store that was basically just the front entrance of her house was converted to a convenience store, and then she still had her living room and everything else just down the hall from it. And also there was a funeral home in our town that was just somebody's basement. Like, they lived in the top half of the house and then used the basement for their, like, I think they actually had the full-on, like, embalming, like, in the table. So they were doing the full process there. Yeah, so I think a closet there would also just be kind of funny. Just from how, like, inconveniently placed it'll be. Yeah, I think you have to be kind of a strange person to do it. But I suppose somebody has to do it. That seems like a something. And then we have this little sort of awkward little nibble. Say 9 degrees. Get some nice round numbers in here. Oh wait, hang on. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's always good when, like, things start to, like, actually show signs of life when you're programming. Let's do like this. There we are. Well, I think I would keep this part. Or like, make this all scaled accurate, or with this house there. Would this be what we would want here? I guess he would just make this taller to match the dimensions of the rest of the house. There. And yeah, eventually, all will be united. I like this. It makes the house look weirder and ganglier. Like the fact that there's, like, this little segment here and this little segment here. Just an odd little house. It'd also be kind of nice, actually, to have even a little segment here to kind of round out the whole thing, and also give a bit more space for the fortune reading. Mm-hmm. That'd be fun, yeah. And I think that'd be something I'll think about. Because yeah, she could have definitely been adding these, like, herself after the fact, rather than it just being kind of a weirdly shaped house. Mm-hmm. That's a good idea. In fact, that might be funny if the roof gave signs of that. Or I suppose it can give signs right here as well. Yeah, I'll figure out how to make that work. Or how to signpost that properly. Maybe just different materials. In fact, let's assign this to a separate material. So now if we go here, and I'll do same with this. There we go. What if this one was flat as well? Just make it even weirder. So then we could have some sort of thing here, cuts through the roof, shines down upon us, a little bit of extra space in here. Oh yeah, I also need this door to be slightly moved. We need enough space for a door or bookshelves on both sides. Perfect. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does seem like it's basically a backwards house. How did her house get this way? What did she do to this place? So let's make sure, is there anything that's a out of place plane or cube? I don't think so. Okay, let's see this in person. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like at a 90-degree angle from where you'd expect it to be, because it has the little patio in the back, but nothing in the front. And then we have a little basement, which will be for all sorts of wonderful activities. Maybe she even has more businesses down there. She's trying to get into, like, wood sculpting or something. Wood carving. Oh yeah, because this would be more of the front than this. It's like it's the least front, like this maybe, or this is certainly like not the front of the house. But like this would make more sense, well, if it wasn't like blinding white, but yeah. It's the least front part of the house, except for the basement access. Yeah, fun. So the next step, I'll at least slap on some placeholder textures while I'm here. And it'll be more dilapidated once we get the other siding textures in. Huh. Oh. I guess you could see it this way. I didn't even see that. Yeah, I always think of it from this angle. That's funny. Now I'm thinking, what if I deliberately leaned into that? Because there is a girl in the game who is really into, like, 90s cartoons specifically. So I could do some... I was thinking of doing something where, like, you look at something from a certain perspective, and it's Gur from Invader Zim. So if you just look at the entire world, and it looks like Grim from The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, that would be interesting. Yeah, let's just slap materials on. I'm going to do another roof material there. Oh, doesn't quite do what I want. Oh wait, all these UV ones are not going to do what I want. We need a trilinear. Yeah, there we go. Basically good. Yeah, basically, inevitably I change the materials, so then they it breaks the inheritance from Blender directly. Where is my little stair? There it is. And for now, the grass. Grassy stairs. Just so I can tell apart the place and get a little scale check in here. And I think the Wright house will be the most difficult because it's going to be horror themed, sort of Addams Family themed, and also the entire house is meant to be tilting slightly. It's by far the most cartoonish house that's going to be here. Yeah, it is really... It saves me a lot of work when I have to export stuff now from Blender. Because I just have the blend files as projects in the Godot folder. It's nice. Yeah, this will be plenty of space. There can be an extra bathroom down here. All sorts of spooky mortuary stuff. Probably an extra closet, or like extra storage space. And then we'll have a big old sign right here. And it'll be like 15 feet tall, just listing the services that she provides. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the one step that'd make it really complete is being able to reload models in-game when they're edited in Godot or edited in Blender. Because yeah, they've got the Blender Godot integration now really good. Let's see, and I'm thinking... Yeah, I'm still thinking, what is the last house that we put here? I guess I could just put a little guy. Yeah. Hot swapping or hot reloading, something like that. Because I put it in my other game, but it's a manual button I have to press in-game. Wait, no. So we need D, what is it, 16? There we go. Yeah, I think audio often gets underappreciated. I guess because Fmod is a paid service, so it's harder to integrate, or fewer people will do it unless they're like a bigger studio. Hmm. Oh, I see. Now the roof is not an S-body, so I do need to have this roof be a collision. Where is that? Here. And now we watch. Hopefully it doesn't break. There we go. Good. Yeah, having like a playground here is just a really funny idea to me. Oh yeah, how does she get... She needs like a driveway as well. I suppose it'd just be right here. It's surely big enough for a car. What if we just had it shrink wrap? I don't care that much. Yeah, I'm not sure how much thought she'll put into things like, the playground or I guess her design. For her mad little house. That's a good question. I'm thinking perhaps like an old swing set. Yeah, I guess alternatively between things that were probably bought a long time ago that are much more considered. So yeah, let's say blue house, playground in the front yard. So mix of old and or mix of old stuff and weird additions. I don't know. Yeah, because I'm thinking like, what would a wild and wacky old lady look at like a junkyard and be like, oh, that'd be a great addition to my playground. Like a tire or something like that. A tire with snakes in it. Well, maybe I'll just say a tractor tire. Where's concrete? Probably in the C's for concrete. There we go. Maybe she shares a driveway with somebody. Like her next door neighbor. But yeah, I think... I think everything else... I think I'm otherwise done with houses, besides figuring out what would complete this little neighborhood. Because it does sort of pit these two together as like rivals when they're actually completely orthogonal. Especially since they're both vaguely magic. City Park, that could be good. Though admittedly, it is funnier to think like if there's no park, but all the kids just go to Madame Blue's playground and play on it. I do need to have a car junkyard somewhere. Because that's one of the things that I do want for the game. And either I put it here. That could be good. Because yeah, I'm either going to have like a bunch of old cars here, or a bunch of old cars... I guess here makes more sense. Yeah, this is going to be where all the old junker cars are. And then I also need to figure out what I'm going to do with these underground catacombs, how I'm going to link the tunnels together. Because there's the caves, the tunnel from the doctor, and then also these tunnels that lead into the manor. Yeah, I think I could put a little, like a statue or something here. For now, let's just have it as, like, this. Then we'll do, like, more trees. Should probably be, like, lined up with the road. Wait, why is the cul-de-sac, like... It's weird how it goes like this. How did this come to be? I guess this is the center, clearly, and then it was moved to the side. I guess I have to choose. Is it centered with the circle, or is it centered with the road? I suppose that's good enough. But okay, this will be our monument. And yeah, maybe a little side quest will be figuring out what the monument is actually for, because nobody remembers. Okay, a vibe check here. Yeah, little thing here. Then we'll have a clearing. Then we have the yard up here. Then we have Madame Blue's house. Little playground out here. And then the children can get lost in the forest because of, you know, this is meant to imply an endless depth of trees. As it so clearly does. People will be immersed in the depth of the forest. A little gas station. Okay. And then I think I'm fine with this walk. Take a leisurely stroll on the road to the substation. I'll also put in the texture for the asphalt. Why does it look so light here? Like, this is what it actually looks like, but the thumbnail is so light. Okay. Yeah, because we do have this one. Eventually there's going to be... Actually, where did the statue go? There's supposed to be the goddess up there. I suppose eventually this is going to be changed anyway. It's not going to be this big castle. It's just going to be a church that's on a spike or something. I'm actually curious. I wonder if it was because this castle was renamed? I don't think it was. The goddess has disappeared. She has found fit to leave us behind, I suppose. Well, such is life. Sometimes your gods abandon you. Alright, I guess my next things are... I'd like this house. The front door is now aligned differently. Since originally I was just aligning all of these to a grid, which... But I like the idea of lining the front door of the house with the grid there. And also, where would you actually, like... Why is this on the same thing as... Oh, wait. There we go. There we go. Oh, wait, no. Generate. Solidify. A whopping 1 meter. I don't even know whose house this is anymore, because now this is the Carlson house. This is somebody else's house. Actually, there's sort of a weird yin-yang to the symmetry here. Like that this house rotates into this house. Because their front doors are aligned the opposite way. Why is this? Oh well. I have designed this in a strange way. Where I've made this driveway part of the road. Instead of, like, not part of the road. There we go. I think now I should also figure out what on earth this house is going to be. Let's do cursor to selected. Cursor. There we go. I think this is also the only house where I actually bevel the edges of the roof. So it's like the only house that makes sense. Let's put that there. Let's put that there. And that's good there. I think the concrete should be darker to match the color of the sidewalk. I'll just put that in visuals. Adjustments. Make concrete as dark as sidewalk. As dark or darker. This little thing could also do with stuff. Who is this? Sad Carly is no longer here. She's now here. Well, actually, now that means the player's likely to find her again. Say right here. There we go. Well... maybe just someplace that's not quite in the line of sight. Yeah. I think that's just far enough that the player won't see her there. Also, we need to get rid of this tree here. That's simply not the correct place for that tree, because we need a bit of clearing in front of this little building, because it's like some sort of important sewer plant, whatever. Okay, I'll say that is good. So the placement of Linda's... oh wait, no. Madame Blue's house. Yeah. And then Linda's house. I need to figure out what the actual layout of this house is going to be, at least vaguely. Because I think it needs to be more than this. Let's look up, like, haunted house and evil house. Ooh, yes. The old, like, Gothic architecture. Is that what this is? I can't tell. I don't know what houses are. Or this style. Oh, whoop. Yeah. Maybe more of a Southern Gothic, or like colonial era, whatever it is. What would this actually be? American colonial house. Not really. I don't know architectural names. Wait, I like the long windows. I like these. I like how big the house is. So I say we start with this is a foundation. How does this house work exactly? Start with the very basic silhouette. Then we have down here, yeah. Admittedly, I've made this perhaps too skinny now. Because I think she's also, like, now... Linda has, like, one of the weirdest houses here, where everybody else, it's like... You know, the joke with her house is that it's, like, weirdly laid out. And the joke with their house is that it's like, oh, it's the Addams family. But alright. And then we'd have very pointy little spires next to it. And then I suppose we'd have them come out like this. I suppose in this way, I could have the, like, extending bit, the leaning weirdness here, while the house is otherwise relatively normal. You know, like this part sticks forward, and then it's a relatively normal house besides these parts. This would be our second, like, cross-shaped house. Oh, I guess we also have these... Oh, it's asymmetrical as well. What makes this spooky and haunted? This roof little bit. The octagonal... I haven't made anything that's octagonal. Hang on. Actually, do a plane. This is going to be... let's also add a... hang on. That's a handy shortcut. We need an empty here. That's going to be the house. This is going to be the foundations to the house. So 8 meters is 8 meters. That's like half of, or that's like twice the size of this room. So we'd need 30 meters. Let's just test. How does it compare to old lady, whatever her name is, Madame Blue's house? So I'd like it to be asymmetrical. I think kind of T-shaped. So like, oh wait, that doesn't work. I was hoping that'd work. Basically, I wanted to bevel like this. Yeah. And then here, I'm thinking we'd have both elements. Oh. Okay. So yeah, our mad machinations. We have a house that's all weird and spooky. Okay, so this will now be W wall collision. What if we did just 4 meters? That makes sense. And then I can figure out how to do things like if I wanted an awning or a porch. Yeah, because we'd want a relatively, let's say a relatively large awning, actually. Wait, actually what I'm going to do... There we go. Okay, so both of these are going to have, like, that material for now. And then we'll make this house twisted into evil. Once I have it exactly where I want it. So yeah, like here, this actually comes in most of the way to make an awning, or to make a landing area. And we'll have big spooky pillars. And then I think a similar thing will happen here. Let's have these come back this far. Wait, wonder if this even works. Did I get these? Let's collapse this. Okay, yeah, that does work. Because now, this is all one wall. And I think here, what if we just move this whole thing out a little bit like this? So we have like the opportunity for porches everywhere. Well, we don't really need one here. Oh wait, hang on. There we are. Now it's symmetrical still. And I think here as well, actually. There. Whoops. Cursor to selected. Cursor. There we are. Now we have ample space for a beautiful awning. Or I keep saying awning. A beautiful big porch. And also probably should, I guess probably just completely remove this part here. Which actually means that this whole part here, meaningless. Well, I prefer that. There we are. Okay. So we have like that, and then W wall 3. And then I think what I'll do is I will lay out the house, and then I'll just grab all of the polygons of it and like really fuck it up. Well, yeah, I guess this is fine. It'll be kind of absurd. Well, I don't want it to be that tall, I don't think. Because then I'd have to make a bunch of space. Because I want this house to be another one that's explorable. Alright, so what's our rotation here? Oh. I see. Actually, I just had a great idea. What if I just make everything a child of the foundation? And then we make this rotate by 150 degrees. And then we like unparent these, so that way I can still move them independently. There we are. Okay, cursor to selected. Selection to cursor. And we'd have kind of, I like this. What I'll do basically is have like attic. How would the roof look on... Okay, it just squares off. That makes sense. Cursor to selected. Why is this not going selection to cursor? Where's my... Oh, I see, because it's the whole thing. It's every individual vertex. Not just the median of it. I guess we fix that by just getting this as a selection. Center... I know what to do. There we are. Oh, interesting, I see. I was hoping that these would be like aligned vertically, but I can figure that out at some other point. I think here, perhaps this roof is lower. Okay. And then last but not least, cursor is selected. Cube. There we are. So we would probably want... Should probably look at more houses, but... I mean, what more do I need to know? I think this could be taller. In fact, both of these could be taller as well. We could have a spacious attic. And then probably have this come back a little bit. Because eventually what I'll do is I'll have the roof be like a... You know, I'll have the walls be one object and the roof be another one. Okay, so this is roof. Let's have a whopping 3-meter tall door. And then how would we step into this? I like the big stairs. I like the stairs going all the way around. Let's actually get 50. All right, there we are. 0.4, yeah. There we are. Our beautiful stairs. And these will be W, stairs, collision. And it would be funnier if we didn't have the supports there and it was just... I won't do that. What if I put all of those on a modifier and have like some sort of deformation modifier. That would make a lot of sense. That would make my life a lot easier, actually. Because then I can play with the deformation. I really like this house. It feels like the most realistic house here. I think probably just because it also has the windows and everything. But okay. And the main thing here is we just need to do a scale check. I think it could use a third floor. It's actually not that big in here. Well, it's pretty large. Especially since it's literally... Linda's an only child. So it's like, why would you need such a big house? It's just her and her parents. And admittedly, they are kind of cropping her style since they have the psychics. Or this family also does like occult witchcraft adjacent stuff. Yeah. She did not go to the altar deep in the forest for us. I think what it is my location. So hang on. I'm gonna do I'm gonna do a thing. I'm gonna put placers here. Because basically I think what's happening is all of my placers... Oh, I see. Oh wait, no. This can just be here as well. I'm pretty sure, at least. Basically, all of these placers. Yeah. So yeah, all of these broken. Because they were parented to alter stuff. Okay, so marker... This is going to be Linda, alter... I should also figure out how the altar is going to work. And then we need... What other placers did we need? So I have the altar placer. River Woman. World Forest Altar Linda. I mean... That seems like it's the same thing. Linda attack. Okay, here's where we get some new ones. Basically, when Linda wages her army of... or war of ghosts against Carly, she will be positioned right here. And I also need to figure out where the ghosts will be. Because surely those also were destroyed. Okay, Oop. There we are. And finally, last but not least, Linda Alter. Okay. Do the ghosts have places then? I think they do, yeah. They also have placers. Yeah, I should not have put these all as children of different nodes in the world and then moved everything in the world. Because yeah, now we need like regret attack, which will be like a ghost here. This is where one of the ghosts will be with us. Then also while we're here, let's do regret altar. Oh. And then we also need, I'm pretty sure, the altar summon location, which will just be here. Okay. Do that for regret. Okay, so we got the altar. River altar. And then this ghost will actually be backing up Carly. Because this is, spoiler alerts, Carly's mom. She died. And we're waging wars with ghosts against her. Alright. Then I need to figure out, how do we place characters in here? So I think Linda must have something to do with ghosts. Or summon location. That's what we need. Altar. Summon. And then the explosion needs to be... Where's our explosion? Hang on. Let's play this. Let's play it now. Okay, so basically, we'll have the ghosts do that. And that's how they're summoned. Okay. So how do we use this anyway? I guess I'll assume that it does what I want. So Linda, we now have explosion. And then for our sad ghost, river woman ghost, river altar, and river attack. Didn't she have a third one? I thought she had a third one. I guess she doesn't. Well, she should, actually. The ghost will be here. Okay. Place her pair. Where is Carly? And what are her statistics here? Carly moved. Sad. Okay. So we'll have the river woman do the same thing. Okay. And now, hopefully fewer things are broken. But actually, I should double check, for example, this placer. Yep, that one's broken too. I should have not done that. Oh well. Okay. Graves mode. Okay, what else is broken? This one's good. I fixed that one. The doctor. He has a schedule, which has different actions, and he has a pathwalker. He does not care about that stuff. Pathwalker. Placer, which we just fixed. I know. Yeah, hers is good. Dryman? How are his doing? Yeah, okay. His are all good. Ugh. I should probably play through to make sure this is all working again, but... oh well. I guess this is fine. The main thing we'll want is sort of a roof over this part. And also, I am contemplating adding a third story. Because it would be funny if it was just obscenely tall. Yeah, I'll do it. If push comes to shove, we can just have a bunch of empty space in there as well. So I think this... okay, this needs to go up. Another... there we are. Okay. Where would they park their car? Maybe they just park their car in the street. They don't even have, like, their own garage. But they'll have, like, a lavish, like, stairway that, like, zigzags up to here. Maybe once you've taken care of, like, most of the ghosts, Linda will then come back and be like, trying to think. Like, offer to let you in the house once you've done her bidding. But okay, that one's pretty good. So what else did we need? We needed a Ratman, I think. Let's say that house is placed. Yeah. House. Car yard, the bear. Yeah. Put some cars down here. I think 6 meters long, maybe a little more. Makes sense for the average car. Oh, wait. Median point. There we go. So I think for now, I'll just do a bunch of identical cars to get the vibe of it correct. This is meant to just be placement. In fact, let's add an empty here. This will be car yard. Then we got like car. Car 4, body. Car 5. Yeah, so we just got a host of old and disused cars, and we'll have, like, I don't know, cats in here, probably. That makes sense. And people just, like... How do these cars... Well, I guess I know how. Somebody just owns this property, and they let people put their cars there. Like, they'll give away cars when they're not working anymore. Which admittedly is a much more rural thing. This is more of a suburban area, so it doesn't make much sense, but... well, it's some sort of weird hybrid of the two. And we'll have more trees in the back here. Possibly even... Actually, that makes sense. I'm going to put a new plane. This will be foliage wall. Okay. Let's see. Say that's there, and then we'll do a similar thing over here where it basically like loops around a little bit and then goes straight into the tree. Alright. What else do I want? I think probably more trees around this thing. Where's the bushes? Where is this bush that I'm holding? There we go. So these cars have been here for years and years. Nobody even remembers their name, or who left them behind, or why they were left behind. They're simply old cars. Okay, and this one, obviously foliage wall. Do these use... Are these synchronized? No, okay, good. And then we gotta do the... Oh, wait, whoops. Gotta reset the UVs, then we can do the follow active quads. Oh, wait, no. We need to get an active quad first, though. There we are. Oh. There we go. Okay. And I think here, I want this to come up a little bit. So be like this, and then most of the time, this is actually slightly too high. Okay. Reset this. Okay, there we are. Anything here that I particularly care to change? I guess in general I could have had the grass a bit better, because I like having this little green here, but I could have just made it longer. Because right now, my struggle is that I can't show it without getting this very, very close to the border of the terrain. Okay, there we are. Let's get some more bushes in here as well. Seems like sort of a weird addition. Because yeah, this doesn't really smack of like a, you know, dilapidated rural environment. But I guess that's okay. Okay, this also needs to be backface collision. Okay. Can I just do... Oh yeah, I don't have my debug reset anymore. Yeah, look at it. It's coming along. I think these are a little too orange, though. Let's go to my lamps. Wait, I just realized also these need to be, oh, I guess they're all synced, so it doesn't matter. I was going to say these should be a little bit more, or these should all be local to scenes so the lamps can turn on at different times, but for now, I just have all the lamps turning on at the same time, so it doesn't matter. But okay. Now they're a little brighter. We're matching the color here a bit better. And eventually I need to figure out how to make it so Kitty's shadows don't have an angle dependency. Because right now you can see Kitty is in the dark, even though she's under a lamp. And that's simply because I'm looking away from her. Or like she's facing away from it. So now she's lit up. Darker. So yeah, I'd like to remove that component of the lighting from this equation. And then we probably need interior lights. Or we just have people go to bed. Okay, this looks... It makes about as much sense as it could. Given that it's so odd that there'd be like an abandoned car yard right next to this like enormous church. Why did that work? They should have backface collision. So yeah, doesn't this feel... Oh yeah, this needs backface collision, not this. Now we got it. I guess it's fine. I'll probably just make it a bit more hidden so it doesn't feel as, like, weird that there's abandoned cars right next to it. It also does not seem like something like an HOA would allow. So maybe I'll have to remove the line about an HOA. Because, yeah, originally one of my ideas was, like, the big villain of the game was going to be, like, the leader of the HOA. But then I'd have to, like, design an HOA and figure out why they're the villain. And why the player is able to stop them. And I thought, I don't care. I'll just make it so you have to meet the goddess. Oh, hang on. I have a phone call. Again. Okay, I'm back. That was the ACLU, because I am a guardian of liberty. And they needed my help to donate $5 more a month. Which I suppose is fine. That's kind of small beans. I was looking at my budget for, like, the year, and it turns out that my expenses are about $70,000 a year, and most of that is, well, how much of that is rent? Because the rent in this area is $2,200 a month, and then my next largest expense is food, which is typically like $700 a month. Then health insurance, which is $500 a month. Then my phone, which is like $90. Internet is another $90. And, you know, then it gets into the weeds of, like, small beans. Where it's like, it's not even really... Like, if I wanted to save money, I should just leave Seattle. You know, like, throwing the silverware out of the boat when you have a pile of cannonballs is not really going to help the sinking ship. But thankfully, I'm not sinking. Or at least I won't be underwater until, like, a few years from now. Yeah, let's see. What else do I want? So we got... I think this area... a little empty, but that's okay. It'll be more filled when we have the playground in. Probably other things. We also need, like, a fence and decorations, but that's not really placement. That's just, other stuff. Or that's not... Yeah, I guess I'd say that that is layout, not placement. So I'll say this is an acceptable place for this. We'll just have more trees blocking the line of sight, so it doesn't look so, unsightly. You know, out of sight, out of mind. That's how I tend to handle things. Where is this located? Okay, that's at 0. And I will say more of this stuff. You know, at my parents' property, there's an abandoned car that they somehow wedged between the branches of 2 trees. Just like this. And I think it would be funny, even though I explicitly said, like, moving the car so that they're not so, like, in the way and so obvious, but to just have one car just stuck between 2 trees up here. And I guess we can rotate them so that they're, like... so that it seems more like they're leaning under the weight of the car. Yeah, that seems fine. So now it's like one of the most noticeable landmarks in the area. These are making a line and I don't like it. Okay. So now we need the rat man. Oh yeah, we have the bear's placement. I knew I did something else. Because, yeah, the bear will just attack you right here, as I said earlier. Yeah, I think... right there. So that means... yeah, let's have some more trees here. Keep it, like, mysterious and shaded. Even though there's no shadows in the game, because they just have a massive performance overhead. Well, how much would it be? Hang on. Let's go to the sun. And the moon. Let's see them cast shadows. So yeah, both of these will now have directional shadow or shadow enabled. Let's do like... is 100 good enough? How far is 100 meters? I think it should be 150. And then we should do probably 0.07 here, so that way we get a little bit more crispy shadows up front. The problem is, I know it's going to look really, really good, because shadows just look good. Oh, do our little guys not cast shadows? I guess that makes sense. Yeah, look at just how pretty it is. Oh, and they somehow fixed the, Oh, I guess it's just because I'm so used to At the Ends of Eras where the shadows are cast like 6 kilometers and they look like garbage. So now it's like, ah. Yeah, the game looks too good with the shadows on for me to turn them off now. Oh, we do have a little shadow. I see. Okay. It's because it's in 2D, so it doesn't have the, so it's like just a thin little sliver of a shadow. Why are the lights on? These aren't supposed to be on. Enabled is false, and yet it is on. Yeah, I'll just hope the shadows don't cause any massive performance hitches. I guess I can test on my other machine. I guess terrain also needs both sides casting shadows. Let's just enable that. So, grass, geometry, cast shadow, double-sided. And then we won't have gaps between the shadows, because basically the trees were casting shadows, but the ground was not from the back. I guess the other big consideration is, will the cast shadows cause issues inside areas like this, where now there's no light hitting this surface other than our environment light? So I guess now the lighting here is very flat, which I guess it's okay. I can just have the pixel art take care of it, or like the texturing take care of it. You know, because the game can survive with flat colors anyway. It just adds a nice level of appeal. No human could ever hope to decipher this. Perhaps you must become more than human. You must become a gamer. Oh yeah, the bubbles cast shadows, everything cast shadows. Oh yeah. I forgot that we have the ability to take photos in the video game. I think that's one of the downsides of making video games, is that you forget that, like, you can play video games too. Yeah, it's so much prettier with the shadows. I knew it would be. I didn't have them enabled because, I figured, like, you know, it's retro. The game is meant to look old. Where this sort of does add a level of, you know, incohesion. In fact, what I'm going to do for that, unless I have full-on planar reflections, which are retro in their own right, I'm going to make the water not very reflective. Yeah, so let's say rough. Oh, we have roughness. Yeah, that seems about right. You know, we don't want those big obnoxious reflections, especially since it's just a huge plane. What I'd want in the future is for this to reflect, like, the entire environment. But I don't have that set up yet. Isn't it beautiful? The sunset. At 4:57 p.m. And then night should be about twice as fast. In fact, I think for night, I should not have the moon cast a shadow. So I won't have it cast a shadow. Oh. Let's make sure that the loading works, because now we have the cast shadows and not cast shadows. There we go. How's our store owner doing? Where is he? Oh, right. He's further in the corner there. So we can't see him from here. And I don't think we have any anti-aliasing, it looks like. Which I guess I'll leave that. We need at least a little bit of fake retro. Okay, what was I supposed to be doing? I was supposed to be placing the Rat Man. Right, let's save my whatever I've done here. Car park and faffing about. Okay, and then we have the Rat Man. He is going to be an extra little diversion down here, because right now these catacombs are extremely boring. There's nothing to do in them. And I think what I would like is perhaps some platforming, dare I say. Which means I should probably implement the jump first. You know what I think to do? I think we should look at storm drains. And then we should look at sewer. Because basically it's meant to be... Well, it looks like storm drains are probably not the... Wait, is this... Are they using... Ah, well. I don't care. It looks like it's AI. Just something about it. I think I remember hearing before that one of the tells is that it goes from all the way deepest black to all the way brightest white in the illustration, which is not typical, and it's relatively evenly distributed, because basically the way that it works is it gets random noise, and random noise will randomly have like an even gray tone. And then it like splits out into black and white. But okay. So what I'm seeing here is my pipes are not very accurate because they're pipes that also inexplicably go directly into a person's house. Yeah, I'm realizing now. Kind of dumb to have this here. I think the big... Well, I gotta remember. None of this is going to be in the final version anyway. So yeah, eventually I'd still like the ability for... to have like a storm drain right here, for example. Let's actually see how that looks. We could do something like that. I'm thinking basically like, basically like this, and then we'd have this go in like that. And then it would eventually sync up with our other stuff. And this will be great, like storm, rain, collision. Child of the cul-de-sac, I guess? Yeah. There we go. Okay. So yeah, eventually that'll all sync up with everything and it'll be perfect and beautiful. But for now, I need to figure out how to make the journey from this point all the way to this point interesting. Which I guess I could just have a teleportation. Or we could have like a massive, massive underground network. That's more fun. I think what we have is we have like drains for storms. Why is this one plane? Hang on. Like, why is this... This whole thing is one plane? Huh. Even though it, like, you can see... Weird. Also, hang on. Dissolve these edges, because I don't know what those are. But okay. So this storm drain is weird, but that's okay. It'll go up like this, and eventually this will, like, you know, connect in some way that makes sense. Oh, I thought I was smart for a second, and I had done, like, a binary modifier, or, like, a Boolean modifier. Ah, well. Good enough for now. This whole castle is going to be knocked down and replaced with something else. Yeah, now we can have, for example, this will turn into something that goes like, this. There we are. And then what we can do is just chomp this up. So I'm thinking like, there. Okay. Okay, cube. Oh wait, I realize this doesn't even need to be, like, very well done, because this is going to be basically, we have the cube, scale, hang on, where is this cube now? Where did I put it? This goes under here. This is going to be the storm drain deletion. And basically, we're going to go to here, add another Boolean modifier. Get that. Cut out a hole for the storm drain. And then we have the grating here. And it goes down into here. It goes down into a little drain. A mysterious little chasm. What would I want for this? Because it makes sense that it would, like, drain down into here. It doesn't make sense that the grave would lead into it, but that's okay. I guess maybe this is where the Rat Man lives, and he's, like, secretly burrowed his way into here. Because, yeah, in reality, a storm drain is just a pipe that's, like, a foot wide, I guess. Let's see what this storm drain looks like. So let's get our grate here. Where's our grate? Isn't this a storm drain grate? Isn't this... Storm drain. Okay. There we are. So that's a backface collision. And then we do, there. And now we can see down into there, and that would give the player a hint of like, I suppose there must be something in there. Yes. And it vaguely looks like the thing that it represents. Which is exactly what I want. And then the next step is to fix up the road. Or the UVs of the road. And then... let's go to that grave. I guess we should get the old man over to there. This will be some good tests to make sure that the game still functions. Where's the exit? How did I get turned around in, like, an open graveyard with one room, which is the graveyard? It's coming along. I do feel like there should be power lines, though. Like that these street lights should also be carrying light, or wires to each of the houses. Okay, he's headed over there now. Let's see how he's doing. Wait, why did I do that? Oh yeah, to do this. Oh. Invalid access. Okay. Hang on. Why is the door all messed up? So this is a secret passage, and then there's a frame, and then there's a door, and then there's a body, and the door should be that. And we should have a wisp somewhere. Shouldn't we? Where's the door? Wait, where is the door? Hang on. No, that's the wrong thing. And where's all of our doors actually gonna be? So like this, for example. Where is it? Can I like click a thing and then press X and then see where it is relative to things and then move it in the tree? I guess that's not a thing that I'm allowed to do anymore. Okay, whatever. Basically, we need to add animation player, or door, I should say. Stat will be, no, we just need the door handle. This will do like 2 seconds. And playback. Callback mode. There we go. Physics. So once it opens, we do like that. And I think our tactic here to do a half and half. Ease in, ease out. Perfect. And now, the door does not activate the door. Oh, I see, because this is door. Yeah, because we need this door. Do we need the handle before the door? Oh, there's food. Hang on. Yeah, I guess I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. I ate some chicken. Alright, so we needed also the wisp. So we just add marker and we call it wisp. And I know that I said that I would not be adding like a... I would no longer be, you know, putting things as children of items from the Blender scene, since it is pretty unstable. Well, but hopefully I'll just not move things around anymore in the hierarchy. There we go. Now we can open and close it. Oh, shader stutter. That's supposed to be fixed by my whole system. I have a whole system for this. Oh yeah, we can't go there yet. More shader stutter. What the hell? Okay, so now we need to defeat Carly. So I think... There we are. Okay, so we got the thing. I need to do... I think one of my next steps should be the get item UI. Little shadow. Oh yeah, I forgot. The camera's flash is going to completely obliterate any lighting. Like a bird. But yeah, this area, it's genuinely looking kind of nice. I mean, I think part of that is just the inherent bias of creating it. Hmm. Oh, I know what I should do. I should add a reflection probe to that. Oh wait, but that means that when it's day or night... Hang on. Let's put this in lighting. Where's our lighting? Oh wait. Let's just put all the lighting as one thing. I don't care. Let's have this come out, this come out, this come out, this come out. And this come down. We need to, like... I just want the reflections, not the ambient light changes. Because, yeah, now it's a little obvious that the reflection probe is like this. Blend distance, let's do like 5 meters or something. Let's also do, so can we, what happens if we change the intensity? Does that change? Oh, that changes the intensity of the reflections, though. Also gonna do... Now let's not enable shadows. Mode, environment, wasn't there like... Oh yeah, max distance. There we go. The main issue with this is that these reflection probes only update once. So it'll update at some point in the day. Yeah, because now it looks perfect. But, you know, give it until the night. Or until the middle of the day. I guess I can just set the intensity to, like, half. You know, I can accept the consequences of that, I think. Oh. But now you can see the issue. The lighting has changed enough that it's no longer accurate. But if we did always, that'd tank the frame rate, I think. So I think it simply must go. We'll have to accept the crazy, like, Horizon Zero Dawn looking thing. Okay. So now we have her summoned. Welcome to the Ghost Army, Mrs. Carlson. Too many lines, too many words. Let's see. Let's go to Linda. Let's go... So where this happens, we don't need that. Because it'd be funnier if she didn't do that. And now, admittedly, I think having the light here is sort of a bug. But it is helpful. Does the Regret Ghost have that? Can I focus in with enough trials and tribulations? Okay, so why does this ghost not have a light? But this ghost does have a light. Okay, I see. I'm going to take this, I'm going to put it on the ghost. Then they all have it. And that way, you can actually see where the ghosts will be because there'll be a light. Which, admittedly, I might want to change at some point, but eh. It does make it easier to see where the ghosts are once you have the camera. Because otherwise you just have to be zoomed in at all times. Oh. Another big stutter. Yeah, I'm not sure. You know, having the storm drain only a little bit above the river means that if the river starts to flood, it'd be very quick before the storm drain is also flooded. That's bad game design, quite frankly. But who knows, maybe this is like the maximum capacity of the river. Oh yeah, we need to attack Carly. Okay. So we got those. We need more ghosts. There's our ghost. Okay. Let's talk to Linda now. Yeah, let's kill her. We're gonna kill Carly in real life. Oh. Never mind. I'm ambivalent. I think having the sprites cast shadows is not correct. I think the world sprites by default should not do that. So yeah, let's see. If we have geometry, cast shadow equals off. Because it feels a bit too, like, Nintendo hire this man. If the 2D billboard sprites cast shadows, you know what I mean? This means that, you know, the characters feel like cartoons. And then we can have, you know, other mechanisms for the player to know where their feet are. You know, like a drop shadow or something. In fact, I could put just a little circle. Hang on, let's go to the player. I could just put a little, let's put a mesh instance. And it'll be a circle if we have one. Let's do a sphere. 0.3 or 0.2, like 0.1. Basically, kind of donut shaped. You know, a donut without the thing in it. And this will do... let's put it like right here. Geometry, cast shadow, shadows only. Let's see this in action. So basically now we should have like a little cheap casted shadow at our feet. Could be a little better. There we go. Okay. So now you can see the player casts a beautiful little shadow. And now it's like a proper little nice circle. Though, actually, now that it's like... Let's just make it an actual sphere now. There we go. So now the player should have some inkling of where they are on the ground. Oh yeah, I was supposed to go to Carly. We're killing her with our army of ghosts. So, otherwise I'm allowed to murder you, I think. Carly's mean. You know what they say. You can lead a horse to water, but she doesn't know how to swim. And the path to healing is like an ocean of water. I'm going back to the altar to talk to more ghosts. Bye. Alright. And then that leads us into here. So this whole thing was to get the switch, which is fucking gone. The switch is gone, as is everything in my life. She took the switch in the divorce. My Blender file took the switch in the divorce. So I guess I gotta put it... Does that mean the switch in here is also gone for some reason? Like for literally no reason, the switch is also gone in here? How did I even do that? How did I manage that? You know? Okay, where is my... There it is. Oh, are we not even, like, in my playlist? Oh, we are in my playlist, huh. I don't remember this. Okay, neat. Okay, so we need to have switches as a separate thing as well. Let's just have them under, like, Node 3D, like, controls. Basically, switch. And then a door. So this will be like castle switch. Okay. Boom. And we'll also make it a whopping 3 seconds. Very powerful. And I think, maybe like this. And then maybe here, insert a key. So we'll have it go up to here and then it'll like slow down as it gets up to here. No, that's not quite what I meant. I want it to like slow down right about here. I mean, admittedly, I don't need to worry about this right now. But okay. So now we put another switch down in here. This will be for the, whatever it is, drain switch. Oh yeah, I forgot. This needs to affect this door. So this is going to be... What the hell is it going to be? Didn't I have a name for this? No, I don't think I did. Unless I call it door. Nope, that seems fine. Okay. So we need stat. It's going to be called castle open. And we'll just have castle open there. And then here, this will be like drain open and drain open. Okay, so this needs this. Oh, I see. There we go. And for now, it's just going to do that because I don't know when this switch is going to be required again. Or like when I'm going to move this stuff. I might need to change it again. But okay, drain open, castle switch, castle open. Now there should be a door that I can switch open with this. Boom. Oh yeah, I just remembered why I don't have a door, or like I don't have a way down from here, because otherwise you would like fall in and die, or you'd get soft locked if you haven't already done the cemetery stuff. But okay, all of that was basically just to test the storm drain. See, I'm not sure exactly. I think it's good to have like a line of sight to there, so that way the player knows which way the river is. But otherwise, I'm not sure if this is a good idea. But okay, we can go there, or we can go up to here, which just goes to the town. I'm thinking, actually, this solidify with like 0.1, and that means that this can also be hang on, where is this? There. Storm drain S body. Okay, and now we can see that there's a vent there. So now we're in the storm drain. And this is what storm drains look like, famously. And they famously have little dips like this. But that's okay. And yes, we hear the building music of our triumphant entrance into the castle. The game still works mostly. And because it's night, it's pitch black in here. And now the gate is opened. Anyone may enter. Okay, but where is the Rat Man gonna go? Like, because I still don't know what else I want to do with this little vent area. Like, what are interesting things that a person could do with a storm drain / sewer? Well, because I guess a storm drain is just fundamentally a different thing than a sewer system. I don't know. I guess my main question I should ask is the Rat Man before or after the tunnel? Because we could make a big circle here at the intersection. Oh well, so I'm seeing here, we actually need to have this go down quite quickly. Hmm. Yeah. Now that's much more eye-catching than this area. So I think now I actually do need to make this, like, something else. Because, like, having this curvy line here, yeah, that's going to draw the eye much more than this little section here. Which I guess is fine. Huh. I guess I need to redesign the church first before I start doing that. Let's save what I have. This is gonna be... Okay. Whoops. Brought up my little webcam thing while muting myself. But okay. So I spent a bunch of time making this layout, and I don't think any of it's good. Yeah, so all of this going away. And I should not have made this, like, the way that I did. Basically, like, actually physically cutting into it. But I hadn't thought, in my naive youth, to use a modifier. So yeah, we can have, like, you know, we can just, like, merge things, like... Yeah, let's see where I can, like... make this make sense now. Okay. Ta-da! Oh yeah, I forget, now there's no, well, inevitably this will be the place where the seam is, so we're just gonna mark the seam here again. Okay, reset this, and then follow active quads. Why is this so... Oh, I see. But why is this here, though? Like, that wasn't there before. But okay. We have our lovely house on the hill. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to fix all of this up. Okay, follow active quads, length average. Did I... Oh, am I accidentally pressing F? Hang on, reset this. Then we follow active quads. And now we have squares. There we are. I think the big... Oh, I see. We need to do median point. That kind of does what I want. I think. Do I want more trees or less trees? And how do I do that? So if I make it skinnier, we have fewer trees. If I make it wider, we have less trees. Or more trees. I think the issue is the length average isn't quite correct. Is it because it's taller in some places than others? And it's like preserving area rather than length? I'm gonna try this again. Length. Let's try... We gotta reset first, and then what I can do is I can do follow active quads length. I think now it's... Okay, now I think it's doing what I want. Hang on, let's do 2D cursor. Okay. How does that look? About even? Yeah. And then what I'm going to do... I guess that's fine for now. I'm ambivalent about this edge here, but basically that exists because the ground here has the modifier to edge split on certain angles, and I don't want to change that yet. But okay, now we have no church. God is dead. And our next step is to bring the church back. Because look at how empty this world is without it. Now we just got a big freaking clearing. What are people gonna... How are people gonna gossip now? Like, look at how empty this is. So tragic. When we have our little switch, we have Dryman. Dryman up here. Okay, I was coughing and hacking and wheezing for a bit, but now I'm back. Oh yeah, the cars, up in the trees. Yeah. And also, the music got a lot louder suddenly. There we are. Okay, so my vision. Where did I put that? Oh, there it is. This will be church. Hang on. empty here. There we go. So what I'm envisioning now is a platform. And upon this platform will reside a church. But to get up to the platform, you must perform a series of video game challenges in the form of the puzzles that the player's been doing the whole time. And what I imagine it would look like is something vaguely parabolic. It's inspired by, there's a weird building in Seattle that's something like this. So let's shade it auto smooth. That does mean also that the church can definitely see the broken cars. Alright, and let's do that. It'll be ever so slightly more narrow. Which ones don't feel quite right? I think this one be a bit more like this, and this one also a bit more like this. There we are. So is this the last thing that I had planned for today? Oh yeah, we have the... Wait, why did I not have the church here? No, we still need a place for the Ratman, which I think is going to be right here. So yeah, before I get too lost in the weeds on that. I'm thinking Ratman right here, right now. Well, You know, let's just... I have a better idea. Oh, okay, good. This does make a loop. For some reason, I didn't see it. So I mentioned that this was too hard to see, so... Make a little cube here. Oh, I see. So this is now the Ratman's little dingy hidey hole. Oh, I see. Poorly done, but that's fine. But okay, so now the Ratman will live here, and he'll enjoy his life. He'll have a wonderful life. And also we do in fact need these to be separate things. Yeah, like here for example. Boom, cut these in half. I have a good idea. Okay. There we go. So now the Ratman's beautiful lair can be here. hidden among the common man's greed and avarice and refuse and ignorance. And then it also makes this turn much more obvious, which is the really important thing here. And the Ratman will have a cool little hangout. And you will not be allowed to invite other humans, the evil humans who have abandoned him. Even though his hangout is super awesome. Alright, let's see what else we need. I think let's also, like, do a similar process of, like, unfucking this. There we go. So that way I can, like, get this now. I don't know exactly what the purpose of this was, but he's made it. Maybe he developed, yeah, maybe he developed it. Maybe he's an experiment from the doctor. Yeah, he'll have a beautiful little layer of garbage right in there, and then you'll turn left and go all the way up to the church, which now, actually, now it should be much faster to get into here. I mean, admittedly, I don't know where you would actually get into this. Like, you'd have to do some sort of thing, like, into here to get to here. But now, one, it's more vertical, which is better. Two, it's more interesting. Ta-da. So yeah, now we have a topsy-turvier way of getting up to there. And then somehow that will, like, I might just have, like, a way of teleporting up, and then it just inexplicably leads you to a toilet. Even though, as I said, that's not how storm drains work. But okay. I'm now reminded of the show Dropout TV had a riddle that a person had to figure out, where one guard, or there were two guards blocking a door. One guard always lied, and the other guard was always wrong, but his head was in the right place. Because there's two guards that are meant to be guarding this area, and basically just for the sake of, like, you can choose to complete one of their puzzles, but not, like, and then just not complete the other one. But okay. Once there's a towering church here, and then a path that inexplicably goes to nowhere, I guess, here. Like, the door disappeared at some point. I feel like I should be doing something with how frantic this music is getting. But I'm just kind of walking around looking at stuff. So yeah, let's do like a church. The classic single tower could be what I want. Maybe something, yeah, a bit more like this. Let's put a church on top and see how I feel about it. So mesh, cube. So what are the dimensions of a church? Let's compare it to like this house. So if we did like, so these, or this roof is now 15 feet tall. What I think we do, we have the normal height that I use. Let's shift this. Let's just do 0 degrees. Oh. I'm like forgetting where all my buttons are. There we are. I guess we still need some way to get in here. Okay, does that feel appropriate? I guess so. Let's see, and let's put this here, so this will be church walls. And actually, it'll be a child at the base. Yeah, I'd like this to be lined up with the road. There we are. So how high would this go? I think it would go right up to here. You would do like this. Actually, I have a good idea. Oh, there we go. Okay. Edit, no. Mirror it. There we go. Because what I want is, I think, for about these 2 stories to come out to like here. There we are. So if we get the approximate shape that I want in here. What do I want here? There we go. That's pretty close. Do we just... Oh, wait, no. I think we just have... So we remove this whole section here. Because, yeah, that's not true to life. Then we can do grid fill. Do I want more? Oh, and I just realized this should not be here. Because, yeah, what I wanted here was grid fill like that. Ooh, interesting. Oh, I see what I need. I think if I do that, then it can maybe figure out what I want. Okay. Let's just get this figured out first. Wait, hang on. There we go. That's what I wanted. And then this goes up and up and up to right there. So I think the main thing is that it's not big enough. If we just make it a big church, clip these as well. So, like, I don't like that. Because, yeah, I think we still want it to be, like, recognizable as a church. And we want it to not be, like, absurdly big. Okay, let's see this in action. I think perhaps there's just, like, a church yard at the top here as well. So, like, maybe there's 2 doors into the church. And these guys guard each one. And let's look at siding. And then for this, no, this, I wonder if the video game will let me select the thing that I'm trying to select, that I'm clicking on. That's a good placeholder. Alright, what were the warnings there? Hopefully nothing about, I mean, I assume it would be, like, the castle switch and this no longer work. So, like, yeah, this thing. Yeah, I'm gonna remove that for now. Okay, It's a small church. Like, I can just tell from here that it's a small church. Which... is that correct? Like, I'm wondering, should it be some sort of grandiose building, or is it more interesting if it's like this modest, like, church house? I think I like it like that. It's a very strange visual. Just this church on a pedestal looking over the town. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's like, you know, if it's like this crazy building, it's like, oh, well, obviously they'd have it on a pedestal. But if it's like a normal church, it's like, why is that up there? Who put that up there? Who built the big pedestal for the little church? And then eventually we need to figure out how this connects to anything. I think what it might be... I'll keep it as it is for now. Oh yeah, we can't actually go into the underground from there. Wait, hang on. Are the... Hang on. I think my... things here are not world space, my rocks. UV1. Huh? Oh, I see. These use, what do they use? Wait, huh? What is this material? What? Hmm. Because this needs to be cave 1. Because basically, it seems like these rocks do not use cave 1. What? But... Save as... Textures. Cave 1. Save. Yes. Another resource is loaded. Okay, I see. Then save this as... Cave 2? Is that working? Did it save? Okay, good. Because what we're going to need to do now is rename this to Cave 1. I guess we delete this first. And then we rename this one to cave1.material. There we go. And then we can go to world, and hopefully it knows what has happened. No. Oh wait, no, it does. Okay. But now what we need to do is world vertex coordinates. Boom. And now all of our rocks are blending seamlessly and beautifully. Oh yeah, we don't actually have a way to get up here yet. My poor little legs are too weak to get up this slope. Unless I finagle myself. Yeah, strange sight. I think the next step then would be to add a fence around it so that way the player can't see everybody. Oh wait, hang on. We need to do... There we go. Don't need that. Add modifier, solidify, 0.1. And we will have, flat. And what if we had, like, a gate here that let the player through? Basically just so that they can jump off, but also because it looks really weird to have, like, this here. And then I guess I'll use the same material that we have for... Actually, then we don't need this. I'm going to use the metal fence texture. So that means here. So where's our fence? It should be probably under fence metal. Okay, so reset, follow active quads, length. There we are. Why is this, Okay, these are evenly distributed. It's just that this side looks like it moves a lot more. There we are. Hang on, let's reset this and then let's just do like unwrap angle based. You know, actually, I think this would make more sense if I just did like SY. Wait, SY0? Okay. There we go. Let's see this in action. So this now needs to be part of backface collision. Also, it needs to be in the transparent. So if we go to collision, this one. The player collides with it, but the camera does not. And then fence. Oh wait, the whole point of it was to also block the sight lines for this guy. Well, I guess that I'll just have like something here, like a tree. Okay. But let's reassess. One issue is now it gets more and more transparent the further you are from it, because it has all the classic issues of a of like alpha clip. Yeah, you can see it disappearing as we go away. Well, it's actually holding in. Well, it held in there for a while at least. Yeah, because now what I need to do is handle it the same way I handle this fence. Which is basically to split it into 4 separate meshes. Oh, and the separate meshes do not have backface collision. But then each of the 4 separate meshes need to handle themselves. Okay, so each of these fences... Oh yeah, I forgot. They don't let you do that. Even though it'd be trivial, completely trivial to add it, since they already have multi-thing support. Okay, test this again. Oh wait, and I'm seeing here, now that we have shadows casting, the fact that this fence doesn't cast a shadow is also disconcerting. So like now this material override needs to do, so if we go to transparency, depth draw, opaque only, cull mode. Because if we did alpha scissor, yeah, you can see how it completely disappears from certain angles. So yeah, we just do alpha. Which sadly means that will not work. Okay. I like that. I think it has a bizarre stance, but it's also kind of like it fits the mild vibe of everything else. Even though it's so like bizarre. I wonder if players will even like register that it's weird. They'll just be like, "Oh, there's a church up there." Huh. Once the statue is there, because there also needs to be the goddess again. Because basically you get onto the roof of the church to talk to her. Excuse me. We should have a door into the backyard from here. What's the point of a garage if you can't have a door to the backyard? But okay, then we do whatever else we do with this place. Yeah, I guess that's placement. We have the placement of the Rat Man, placement of the new church, Let's make a path to the rope bridge. I'll need to figure out how I actually want to do that. Because now we have... I think it's actually... I think I also like just the blatant surreality of, like, there's no path to the... Like, it's just a field of grass around this thing. Maybe even just having, like, this massive clearing. Yeah, I like it. I think that'll be the answer. How are those pixels? They're a bit jagged? Or they're a bit, horizontally stretched? How stretched are they here? They're pretty square here. In fact, they're a bit vertically stretched. Okay, yeah. Next thing to do, get a path. I want it to go through the trees. Also, I want it to have a little detour up past this thing, like, you know, to go here. And then probably around this way. We probably need a bit of a gentler slope here, if it's going to be, like, intended for people to walk there. But then again, I do like the way that it is. So yeah, let's just make a little plane here. And from this little plane, generate, I guess, modified deform shrink wrap onto this. Excuse me. And also, I should add a modifier, subdivision surface. Simple subdivision. Basically, this will be a way for us to make sure that we don't accidentally, like, go too far off the ground. Or, like, so we can generate some geometry to, like, handle detail here. I need to see here. Like, where exactly would I want a path to go? I think we wouldn't go left too soon. Yeah. We'd follow the contours laid out here. And this is just going to go its own way, I guess. And let's try to keep this path nicely aligned with everything else. What if we did nearest for... No. I kind of want, like, nearest edge. I want this path to actually go between the trees. So yeah, now that we've made it go, I think it's going to go up around this. So that's correct. Then it goes this way real fast. And then it'll go, I think, in between these two trees. Yeah, that makes sense. Because then we'll have basically two different paths. And also I'm thinking subdivision surface. Oh wait, no, not subdivision surface. Decimate. A planar decimate, and also a triangulate. Because hopefully this thing should be able to, like, simplify it down. Eh. Yeah, put this thing right about here. Yeah, good enough. Ooh, excuse me. So I think from here we'll go around this way. Yeah, this seems about right. I guess we'd come around this way. You know, sort of, well, yeah, sort of counterbalance. What if I just make this come up a little bit? Like, is anyone going to notice? I don't think so. Yeah, that seems to be fine. And that way, we can get a little bit more reasonable with that path. Okay, there we are. And then, next step in our beautiful journey. What if the path just kind of ends here? Like, before it even gets to the cemetery? Actually, I like that. There we go. Oh, I see. This does work. Let's turn this back down to 5, though. Okay, so this is just a path. Dot collision, which is, yeah. Oh, wait, no, not path collision. It doesn't even have collision. Oh, I see. Sometimes I'm just going below the thing. Let's also... I think we're going to need to remove the decimate for now. And I'll remove the triangulate for now. Yeah, let's try to get 2 centimeters working. There we go. Okay, let's just see this in the game and make sure the scale feels right. Oh. If diff. Okay. So for some reason, I spawned here. And here eventually, it'll look good. Actually, I just realized. The shrink wrap comes after the subdivision. Oh wait, I already have that. Why are these not where I want them to be? Is it because of something like... Is it because these are here? Hang on. Add modifier. Let's try to triangulate. I think you can see here exactly what's causing the issue, which is this triangle is triangulating in a different direction than what we want. Hmm. Eh. Eventually what I'll do is I'll add like a shader to it where it like samples some sort of like transparent object or like transparent texture, and then it fades out as it gets to like other things, like distant things like these. And then the edges should also fade out. Okay. Yeah, does this feel... I guess it feels about as organic as it could. Yeah, so we got our big old park. Or we got our big old church. Got a path through the forest, through the trees. Then we got a path that tapers off, but it leads your eye this way. And then we have an opening here that leads your eye to here. Actually, do we see the cube in photos? I forget if we do. We do. I remembered. The ghosts are really bright at night. Yeah, I also need more ghosts. I need more characters in general. But the game is getting close. I think once the interior of the churches, or once the interior of the buildings that exist are done, that'll be all of the locations in the game. We might want to spruce this up a little bit more, but we don't actually need to do that. Because now, I just remembered, we also changed the tunnels so that they look a bit cooler. So I think what I would do is I would texture this to look like some sort of catacomb, but then it leads into the storm drain. Yeah, because then we have the Ratman's Den. We have this, which goes up into this into here, which I don't know. Eventually, I might want to do something with this because right now it's kind of nothing. Like, it's neat, but it's also kind of nothing. Yeah, we can come up here. And then we have to figure out the interior of the church base. Yeah, this is a lot nicer because it's shorter. There's more interesting things. Yeah, I think this is acceptable. This run is a little long, but we could also put something in here, so that way it's more memorable as well. Because I think it could be that there's like a party in here, and then the Ratman is just hanging out over here, and he's kind of annoyed by the party. Then we're in prison. Okay, yeah. That seems fine. I think the longest part of this is probably going to be all of the details of the houses. Because, yeah, I want there to be a lot of things. But I think before I do that... Oh. Okay. This will eventually get done. Okay. Add everything. Church and path. Oh yeah, I forgot to update that, update that. So yeah, then the next thing we'll need is layouts. So we need Carlson, Wright, Blue, Church, and then probably character designs. So like Ratman, Madame Blue, Paulo's brother, or Paulo's sibling. The second church guard, the goddess. So yeah, these will be the top of the list. Hi. Welcome to the stream. I'm wrapping up, but I'll show you a little bit of the game. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, camera. Oh wait, no. I'm gonna rotate this camera 90 degrees. So that way it's centered on that world. Or so that way it doesn't quite look like the head of Grimm from Grimm Adventures of Billy and Mandy. Now that it was pointed out to me earlier in the stream that basically the environment here bears a striking resemblance. Let's see if I can get him. Yeah, there's a bit of a resemblance. So yeah, I'm gonna flip that and just not have that obvious, or as obvious. But okay. Otherwise, we're in a little cul-de-sac, and we can take images. And then we can look at the images that we've taken, and the subjects that they've been taken of. And we'll use that to solve puzzles of some sort. Thank you. Yeah, the recent additions were this white path and this church on a big thing. We have a guy there. Yeah, and I also recently added these shadows, and it gives it sort of a, like, I guess the Amazing World of Gumball is what I think of. 2D characters in these sort of, like, in a more realistically lit 3D world. Yeah, I guess... Yeah, I was finishing up, because the main things that I have left to do are the interiors of the houses, at least the layouts of them. And then I'll do character design, because there's some characters that still need their designs done. And then it'll be a long process of adding details to things so that they're not just white cubes. Adding all sorts of interactions that aren't in the game yet. It'll be fun. Yeah, she's starting to worry. I'll just walk away. But yeah, I think that is all that I have planned for today. So what I'll do... Let's do update to do and flip loading camera. Yeah, because typically, 9 p.m. here. I typically only stream from 4 to 8, but I stayed a little late today. But if you're able to catch me a bit earlier, oh nice. Good luck with your game. Yeah, I'm heading out for the night, but next time I'll be here. Tomorrow and probably Friday as well. Oh wait, I have a bunch of things that I haven't saved. I'll save those up. Okay, neat. Well, I have to head out now, but I'll see you later.